All rise.
Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome. Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-04, Specialist Prosecutor versus Pietro Shala.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. I look at my right-hand side. The SPO is in the same composition?
Same composition as yesterday, Your Honors.
Thank you. I see that the same goes for Victims' Counsel.
It does, Your Honour, thank you.
Very well. And on my left-hand side, I see a slight difference. You have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Yes, my Honour. So we are here with Mr. Shala. I am Mr. Shilisen. We are here with Mr. Awini, with our case manager, Ms. Petrovica, and two legal officers too. But Mrs. Leto Cariolo is not with us because we received a document from the registry about the possibility to have a new witness for tomorrow. So we would like to be sure to be prepared if your wish is to go ahead with. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. Mr. Shala, can you confirm that you hear me well?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you well.
After we have had yesterday the examination in chief of a defense witness 4754, Mr. Mark Shala, by the defense, we will continue today with the cross-examination of this witness by the SPO and questioning by Victims' Counsel, and maybe also some questions by the panel, or maybe we will spill into tomorrow. Very well. We will sit for three regular sessions of 1.5 hours with our regular breaks. And before I will give the floor to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, there is an oral ruling that I would like to give on behalf of the panel regarding the SPO's request to use during the questioning of witness 4754 newly disclosed items. It's a document, a photograph and a document consisting of open source material. I will read out the ERN numbers. That is 077978 till 077982, ET revised, and SPO E 00342278, and then the same number, ET. The request was made via email on Friday, the 20th of October at 11:16. The items were disclosed earlier on that day. It's disclosure package 173, and they were added to the presentation queue for the witness. We authorize the SPO to use these items during its cross-examination of the witness as they were disclosed ahead of the day's hearing. Defense and Victims' Counsel have not opposed to it, and they have had sufficient time to study them. Very well. This concludes our ruling. We will proceed. Court Clerk, could you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Witness, good morning,
Thank you.
and welcome to the specialist chambers again. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can. Good morning. Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. To all of you who are present here today, greetings.
Mr. Witness, Mr. Shala, can you confirm that you hear the witness well?
Yes, I can hear him very well.
Mr. Witness, how are you today?
Me.
I'm okay.
Mr. Witness, I remind you that you are still under oath to tell the truth. Do you understand that?
Écoutez.
Yes, I do.
Yesterday we completed the question by the defense. Yeah? I will now give the floor to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office to start their cross-examination. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Shala. My name is Gaia Pergolo, and I am one of the counsels of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. I will be asking you several questions today.
Just
Good morning.
Mr. Shala, you told us yesterday that having received the order appointing you for Operation Arrow, you went to Kukës, and this is a transcript page 2920, lines 14 to 17. And you told us that specifically you went to the factory in Kukës, and this is a transcript page 2921, line 1. Is this correct?
exact.
It is correct.
Can you give us a general description of your daily activities when you were based at the metal factory?
Comme son nom le dit,
As I mentioned yesterday, I was in charge of logistics. And based on the order I received, I was the head of logistics or commander for logistics because we did have units at battalion level. So mostly we dealt with transport, maintenance, supply. So supply of armaments, ammunition, but also any other tasks if a need arose to help the units of the KLA.
Thank you. These activities, in particular the supply that you mentioned, take you to spend your time mostly inside the premises or outside the premises, if you can give us a general idea about that.
The supply, or rather the location in Kukës, was there only as one part of the work that I was to do, because there were other locations as well where we had logistics units, for instance in Krum, but also in the training centers. And that is because in every training center, there was a logistics unit that would support the units around or where that training center was located. So a large part of the logistics staff was also found in Krum, for instance. And there was also a depot or a warehouse with all sorts of items and equipment, including armament, ammunition as well. The reason being that we kept them there because Kruma was the closest point in relation to all of the units which were in the first line of the front. And that is why we had a logistics unit there too, which is called Krum. It is towards Kukas and then Bayramzure along that road. So I would say it's around 45 kilometers from Kukas.
Thank you. And I will actually return to this point a bit later. But before going there, I just wanted a clarification. And again, I know that probably in your job there was no typical day or no one day was the same as the other one. But if you could describe in general, like the majority of the time, would you say that your work was a desk job, you were spending most of the time in your office, or were you more on the move, as you just described, moving to the Krume or these other locations? If you can just give us an idea about that.
Most of the time, I spent moving around because that was the nature of the work I was doing. Because everything would take place on the ground, but the ground was extensive. So therefore, several locations were required, and it would take days to get between them. So 10 to 12 hours, for instance, between Kukos or Burel, 8 to Tirana, and 8 to 9 hours to Burel. And so there were other places which were further out. So my movements were primarily to Kukos and Krum, because for a time in Krum we had the commanding station for the operation. So one would need to go there for meetings with the commander of the operation, who would also assign various tasks to me as well, in particular in relation to logistics. Sorry, if I might add, when I was in Kukas, every morning, when I was there, that is, I would also meet my associates. I had people, for instance, who would lead other sections. So I would conduct meetings with them. They would report to me as to what was happening, what the situation was like, and how much ammunition they would have, the amount of weapons, and then I would assign them tasks, which of course I received from my own commander.
I would like to focus now on what you discussed, so your movements to the different bases. And in particular, I would like to break this down a little bit by location. First of all, witness, I would like to focus specifically in the period of May and June 1999. I know you were at the base from earlier, but we want to focus on these 2 months in particular. So let's start with Krum. Again, I know that a long time has passed, but can you give us again an idea, maybe, or elaborate a little bit further on what you just said? How frequently did you go to Krum, to the base there?
Krum ka ndodhur që gati edhe për çdo ditë, për arsye se thashë më parë aty ka qenë edhe komanda e operacionit.
As I said earlier, the commanding station was there, and I would go there almost every day. And there were also some logistics people who would take care of the supply for the front.
På roll här,
I mean, it would be very rare for me not to go to Krui, but I would almost go there on a daily basis.
How long did it take to go to Krum from the Kukes factory?
och kurstet kanë qenë të
The road conditions were difficult. The roads themselves were dilapidated. So one would usually go on a vehicle, for instance, a Jeep, a 4x4, because the smaller cars would not make it. But back then, you couldn't really work based on kilometers. So, for instance, Krum to Kukas is only 45 kilometers in terms of the road, the distance. But actually, you would think about the amount of hours that it would take to get there because the road was very narrow, extremely unmaintained, not really cemented, so not asphalted. So sometimes it would so happen that another vehicle would come the other way and you would have to sort of go towards the edge so that they would go. So it would take forever, basically. It could even take 2 to 3 hours, dependent on the driver as well.
So given the conditions, let's say, I would imagine perhaps you would take off in the morning, but please, of course, tell me if I'm correct in saying you take off in the morning, get to the base, you said may take 2 to 3 hours from what you said, and then you would be at the base. Were you able to return the same day, or did you happen to, I think you mentioned that as well already, to stay at that base, actually?
po në varet tash për çfarë qëllimi i kom.
It really depended why I would go there in the first place. But for instance, it would so happen that some meetings would take place in the evening. In that case, then I would spend the night over there, mostly. So I would go to the other units, or sometimes I would even spend 2 to 3 days in Krum. But on other occasions, I would also return to Kukas. So both happened, to return for the day, a day return, or stay overnight.
All right, I would now like to move to another location. Have you ever visited the base at Sahan?
Po, edhe ajo ka qenë
Yes, that also happened. That's where the Axis Command was stationed. So an operational center was there. So there were 3 Axis at the time, and one of the commanding stations of that particular Axis was there, and there were some of my superiors there, some logistics as well, because there was food that was involved, there was some small depots, warehouses. It wasn't a rather big place. It was, there was like a larger building and then some other buildings. They were mostly like homes, really, like 2-story buildings, and then some other buildings around that main building.
How many times, if you can estimate, did you go to Sahan during the months we discussed of May and June? If you can give an idea.
ka mujt në dikun
It could have been over 10 times.
How long did it take you to get there? You already mentioned the difficulty of the road, so maybe if you can give again an estimate in terms of hours.
po nga Kruma deri në Sahan
So Sahan is actually at the top of Pastrik Highlands. So from Krum to Sahan, it would take quite a long while. It was a very tough journey. From Krum to Sahan, I would say minimum 2 hours to get all the way up.
You mentioned a little earlier, I'll try to find the reference, I believe it's page 7, but I'll double check that. You just mentioned today, actually, that another location called Bayram Tsuri, and if I pronounced that correctly. Can you tell us if you have ever been there during the period we were just discussing?
Yes, I did go through Bayram Suri when I went to visit the units in Koshar. So I've only gone through it, passed through it, but I didn't stop there.
And so then to Koshare, did you go there? Have you been there? You just told us, right? How many times would that have happened during May and June 99?
So as I said, I've been there twice. Yes.
How distant was this from the Kukes factory? Just to give us an idea of the geographical distances.
I think it was something over 80 kilometers.
And in terms of time?
Time-wise, 4.5 hours.
On the 2 occasions you went to Koshar, did you sleep there?
No, I came back.
So you made a journey of 4 hours to go there and to come back in one day?
Yes, I went there to get to know the situation on the ground because they had some requests, and by an order of the commander, I went there to start off with to assess the situation, what the situation was like, what their needs were. And there was a friend of mine there whom I knew from the past, and he was the head of logistics. But unfortunately, though, he has passed away. Afrim Bekai was his name. So I mostly met him. We went to Papai, and in Papai there was a warehouse. Or a place where some KLA members would stay. And then we went to the Koshar commanding station, and we spent some time. And yes, I remember we had lunch there, and after lunch we went back to Kukës.
So do I understand correctly that on that occasion to this trip, this whole journey was done in one day? You left from Kukës, you went to Koshare, then you went to Papai, then you came back, or rather you went back to the base in Koshare and then you came back. Is that your testimony?
The place that is called Papai was on the way to Koshar, actually. So it is somewhere between Bayramtsuri and Koshar. So I didn't need to go there as such, but we just went to the place, the building. We looked at it, and then we carried on to Koshar. In Koshar we met, we chatted in relation to the needs that they had there, the requests that they had made in terms of what they needed. And then we decided when they could come for the supplies, and they came back later, 1 or 2 days later, to Kukas. And they received the supplies, the items and equipment they needed.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you about another location, which is Pastrik. Is this location where you have been, again, during this period?
Pastrik was the
Pastrik is the whole of the highlands. It's a huge place, so there isn't a particular place or a residential area that is called Pastrik as such, but the entire highlands between Kosovo and Albania are called Pastrik.
That Pastrik was one of the directions of Operation Arrow, Mount Pastrik in particular. So I'm actually referring to that location.
Yes.
Tycker ni timme på?
In terms of the directions, yes. Yes, I went there several times.
And again, how far was this from the Kukes factory?
Po dikun ashtu sikur mas
I would say, I mean, in relation to Papai, for instance, a few kilometers further up was the border back then between Albania and the former Yugoslavia. And that's where the operations would start, in that particular area.
So you said in relation to Papai, but what about in relation to the Kukes factory? How far was that?
po në thash deri në Koshar.
So as I said, up to Koshar, it would be 4.5 hours. Up to Papai, 4 hours. So then from Papai, about half an hour, something like that.
You said the Mount Pastrik would be, you said half an hour. Is that correct?
Jam molën Pastrikut.
To Koshar, not the Pastrik mountain. And Koshar itself was in the border.
And where was the direction, the Pastrik direction then? Was it also the border?
Kufi po.
Yes, the border.
Again, how long was it to get to this specific location when you traveled there from the Kukes factory?
Po në varet
Well, it depends on where the units had arrived, where they were based at the time. I can't remember exactly now, but I'd say that the road to go to the units or to the border had to be crossed or traversed in various ways. From, for example, up to Papai, I went by car. You could go by car, a jeep, and then from there on, they would go with on other vehicles such as tractors, because the roads were very difficult. And then from there, the soldiers who were on the front line had to go use donkeys or other animals like horses. So that's how they did the supply line worked. You know, they used various means of transportation. They went by car to Papai, and then they used tractors, and then horses or donkeys, whatever was available. Many soldiers would carry the armament or the weapons on their backs as well.
Thank you. Moving on now to another location. Did you ever go to Burrell?
Po.
Yes. A few days after the command was established in Caucasus, and together with the commander of the operation and the commander of the direction, myself and a driver, we went to Borel, to Dait, to Helshan, to Kalimash, because we weren't familiar with those places yet by that time, so we went together as a command structure to visit them, to see the situation there, the organization, what kinds of conditions they were living in, what weapons they had. I was interested mostly in logistics, the supplies they had, where were they sleeping, where were they sleeping quarters, whether they had enough food, whether they had enough weapons, and so on.
Thank you. So you said that you went after the command was established in Kukes, and I understand from what you told us yesterday that this happened in early April 99. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
I would like now to focus on the period of May and June. So my question is, did you go to Burrell any other time after this first tour to the different facilities in early April?
I went only once to Borel and Dait. That was the time when we visited all these places. So in these two places, these two locations, I went only once.
Early April, correct.
Po.
Yes.
2926 line 12 and also 2934 lines 1 and 12 about a location called El Shan. Did you visit this location again during this period of May and June?
Po.
Yes, I did. Once or twice. I think it was a couple of times.
If you can give us an idea of how long it took to you to get there.
Over 2.5 hours. 2.5, 3 hours, it depended. Because sometimes we would also stop on the way just to have a rest, whether, for example, there was an establishment, a coffee shop or some restaurant, we would stop and have a coffee or get some refreshment.
Mr. Shala, have you ever been to Tirana during May and June 1999?
Po.
Yes, once.
Are you sure it was only one time?
Well, once, twice, not more than that.
How long did it take you to get to Tirana from the Kukes factory?
If I went there during the day, it could take 9 to 10 hours because the road was really difficult. It was the old road, and you had to go through the accursed mountains, as they are called. Once I remember we went there at night and it took about 12 hours because the road was very narrow, very high, uphill, There was no protection on the side of the road, no barriers. So it sometimes happened that members of the KLA slid there and died, had an accident and died.
On those occasions you went to Tirana. How many days did you stay there?
Ninat,
One night.
varat kurkim,
It depended on when we arrived there, whether we were able to finish up something, to do something during the day, or when we couldn't, we did what we had to do the next day and we went back.
Finally, did you ever go to Durres?
naturas,
To Durrës, yes. I went there before going to Kukas.
Establishing yourself in Kugas?
e para
No, that was before going to Kukas. That was during the days that I was staying in Tirana. But that was a private visit. I went to see a friend of mine, a refugee family. I went to see them, and they were based in Durrës.
I understand. So no other visits to Durres after this visit for personal reasons, correct?
io.
No, no.
Thank you, Mr. Shala. So you told us that you were appointed Chief of Logistics for Operation Arrow. When did Operation Arrow take place? I'm talking here about the fighting, actually, the actual combat operations. I understand there was a lot of preparation done before that, but if you could please focus on the actual fight. Can you give us some dates?
The first operations in the Koshari direction started much earlier. If I remember correctly, they started at the beginning of April. However, the preparations for the Operation Arrow, they started in terms of training soldiers, members of the KLA at the training grounds and training locations that I mentioned. However, Operation Arrow, I think, started somewhere by mid-May or the 20th of May, approximately. I don't remember the exact date, though.
You told us earlier, when discussing about Pastrek in particular, that the units there, you mentioned that this location is on the front lines, had to be supplied with weapons, correct?
Po,
Yes.
Would this, the question I have is, did this need to be supplied with weapons actually increase when Operation Arrow started? And you gave us, you said mid-May, 20 May.
Initially, we did the preparations and we supplied the units with weaponry and munitions with what we had available at the time. Because the situation was really difficult. We did not have equipment, armament, reserves in equipment and armament. We were being supplied in various ways, so we tried to make preparations and to supply the units with weapons, and they were training with those weapons. And when the operation started, of course, the demands increased. There was a great demand for munition, especially.
So, together with the increase in the demand of weapons, did also the need for you to travel to these locations increase during that period?
Yes, yes. And at that time, I was mostly on the ground because I wanted to see for myself what the situation was.
Understandable, Mr. Witness. Thank you very much. I would like now to move to another topic. And in particular, I'd like to focus on the Kukës factory. So yesterday you told us a lot about it, and the defense asked you to show some locations. So I would like to ask you a few follow-up questions building on what was discussed yesterday. And Your Honors, I would request that one of our exhibits be pulled up, and in particular, this is the, I'll give you a year and number first with your permission, and if that can be shown on the screen, I will take it from there. Yes, so it's SPOE 00330362. And it's actually item number 5 on our list of materials.
Yes, please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, you can pull it up.
And would it be possible to turn the image anti-clockwise? Yes, great, perfect. Mr. Shala, do you recognize this picture?
Well, it looks like this is a photograph. That was taken from the air, from above. And it looks a bit looks like that factory, but I can't identify it completely because it's a different image. I've never seen it like this. If you have any other picture, it looks like there is an entrance here, there's a building, this building here.
That in a second. Maybe to start with, is it possible to zoom a little bit more in to get the image a little bit bigger? Thank you, that's great. And Mr. Witness, you said indeed that this is actually, you recognize it as the factory, and maybe again, I can help you then to orient yourself a little bit more, telling you that the road that you see on the top page, the top of this page is actually the road that goes to Krum, and maybe you can take.
Cook's Groom.
Yes, Cuckoo's Groom.
So I'm not going to ask you to identify all over the locations that we discussed yesterday. We did that already. But I have just a few follow-up questions. And we will work out this map, but then we will also discuss the sketch that yesterday was showed to you by the defense. So can you, in this map, and again, maybe if the court officers can assist the witness with marking, can you mark in this image the commander's building that we discussed yesterday?
Well, this is the entrance. I marked it yesterday, number 1. The building you're referring to, I think, is this one, number 2.
Perfect. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much. So I have a question on this building that, again, we discussed at length yesterday. You said in this building you had your office. Is that correct?
Boy.
Yes.
Marked actually the window to your office, and this is actually in exhibit that was assigned registry number 00974. We don't need to pull it up, it's just for our reference. Do you remember marking the window of your office, Mr. Witness?
I think it was that one, yes.
As the witness understood the question well, I don't think so. His answer doesn't really get back to your question.
Absolutely, Your Honors. I can actually rephrase it, and perhaps then I will then ask to pull up maybe the image that yesterday he marked, so at least we confirm what he just said. And so it's REG 00974. So actually in this picture, correct me if I am wrong, the commander's building is marked with the number 1. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Yes, correct.
If we look at the image on the right-hand side of the screen, this very same building you marked with the number 2. Correct?
Yes.
Question before was actually just confirming that yesterday, and again now we look at the picture on the left-hand side of the screen, you identified and marked with the red sign, I don't think it is a number, but you marked where the window of your office was.
It's number 4, Your Honor. The marking was number 4.
Oh, apologies, I cannot read it.
Yes, it's above. Thank you, Defense Counsel. Madam Prosecutor, I have a question also to the court officer. The witness marked with a 1 the picture, and now it has disappeared. Madam Prosecutor, please ask the witness to mark again the entrance and the building you were discussing on the right-hand side, because of the moving of the 2 pictures, of the 2 documents, we have lost the marking.
Absolutely, Your Honors. So, Mr. Witness, can you please again mark on the picture on the right-hand side, so the image, the aerial image, again the entrance and the commander's building, as you did a few minutes ago.
tason
To tell you the truth, this picture that was shown to me yesterday has been taken from the inside. And this does not represent not even half of the facilities that were there. So, except the command post or the command offices and the kitchen, that's number 2, and where they would distribute the food, and then the maintenance place.
Please, yeah, please proceed with doing what Madam Prosecutor has asked you. So to mark again the picture on the right-hand side of the screen, where you think that the entrance is, and the other building. I don't know if you used the word commander's building, but the second building you have been discussing. I would like to have those 2 markings on the picture, and that suffices, and then Madam Prosecutor will proceed.
Gaku profiles
From what I can see here, the entrance is here. So from the Cookers Kroom Road. What number do you want me to mark it with?
Marked it before with 1, so please put a 1 here too.
okay.
Now this building, it's on my right, but it's on the left of the entrance. That was the building where the operations room was and the mobilization office was. We also had some offices there, and the commander of the operation would also use an office there when he held meetings. And the building I'm talking about is this one here. What number do you want me to mark it with?
Leave it to you from here.
Thank you, Jonas. You can mark it with the number 2. Thank you. You can mark it with the number 2, Mr. Witness. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Just a clarification, or you said that page 21, lines 23 to 24, this building, it's on my right, but it's on the left of the entrance. Actually, I think yesterday that Defense Counsel made with you the same clarification. So building number 2, would it be that when you enter the building, on which side? On the left or on the right? Just to make it absolutely clear.
When you enter, it's to the left, of course.
So you mentioned today that, and you also discussed that yesterday, this is today a transcript, page 21, lines 24, 25, that in this commander's building, there was the operational center, and there was also a mobilization center or office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yesterday, you were asked by Defense Counsel about the number of people who were part of this mobilization sector or office, which, as you just confirmed, was located in this building. And you said the following, and I'm going to read that out. It's from transcript at page 2928, line 23, to 2929, line 1. And you said, there couldn't have been 20 people altogether in the building because the offices were very small. So in the office, perhaps 2, maximum 3 people. So yeah, that's about it. 2 to 3 per office, no more than that. Is that what you told us yesterday?
Yes.
Are you referring to, were you talking generally about the offices in this building, or were you talking specifically about one office?
Yeah, kapos
I meant the mobilization office, but there was an office, for example, where the operations room was. That was bigger because that's where where the meetings were held. There was a desk, and there were communications equipment. The operations people were in direct contact with commanders of the directions and the operation. They received information from the ground, where the units were, where they were deployed, where they had penetrated, to what extent, whether they had advanced or not, and so on. There were a couple of other offices where 5 or 6 people could be there, but the office I meant yesterday, that was a smaller office, so about 3 or 4 people, not more than that.
So you just told us that you were talking about a specific office when you were talking about the 2 or 3 people, but you also said that there were bigger offices, in fact, where actually you said 5 to 6 people could be inside. So I would like to show you a photograph, and this was actually already shown by the defense yesterday, Your Honors. So with your permission, the ERN number is 083525.
Madam Prosecutor, yes, I will allow for it, but we will first, because we are going to move this picture now away from the screen, we are first going to save it and give it a new number. Madam Court Officer, can you please proceed with... Both images will be saved together, and it will receive a number. And in the meantime, Madam Prosecutor, I would like to finish with the questioning of the witness before the break, 5 minutes before 11, because there's something I would like to discuss. So, and then we continue, of course, after the break.
Thank you, Honors. I'll keep that in mind, yeah.
Your Honors, markings made by the witness W04754 on ERN SPOE 00330362 will be assigned registry number REG 00976.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We can now proceed with pulling up the other document. Madam Court Officer, please.
Apologies, perhaps I gave the incorrect ERN number. So the full sequence is 08353525 to 3534, but the page is page 9. Apologies. And it can be shown just this one page. Thank you, that's perfect. Mr. Shala, you told us yesterday this picture was taken sometime in May 1999 in Bislim Zirapi's office. This was a transcript to page 2992, line 6 to 7. Do you remember saying that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Explained that this Zirapi's office, shown in this picture, was on the second floor of the operation center in building number 2, that is the command building, and this is transcript page 2992, line 21 to page 2993, line 10. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Chance, who took this picture?
Nu doar zic eu.
I really can't. I just can't. I don't remember.
I understand with this long time has passed. But do you think it was taken by a person? Do you think that the camera was put on the table? And can you, if you remember, of course, I'm not asking you to guess. And if you don't remember, that's completely fine.
Eu am cuitor.
No, I remember quite well that we didn't have the gears we have today for photographs, so it couldn't have been taken that way. But this was taken by a camera, a proper camera. But exactly who took the photograph, I cannot remember. But it must have been somebody from the look of us in the photograph that he must have said that I'm going to take a photograph of you, and we were all looking towards the person who took the photograph. But exactly who that person was, I can't remember. But I do know that this photograph was shown to me. And I also have a copy of this photograph in my personal photo album at home. So I did receive a copy of that too.
Se cuite.
So it was just as a memory of that day, a souvenir of that day.
And so, Mr. Shala, how many people do we have in this room at that time?
Toen fotografie jemi gjop.
So there are 6 of us in the photograph. So 7 it would have been. Maybe somebody else standing sideways on the sides, but I don't think there would have been more than 7, according to the photograph anyway. Because I think I can hardly recognize myself, because I think this was about 25 years ago when my hair was proper and not white as it is, grey as it is now. So a lot of things are forgotten as well since then.
Mr. Shala. We will move on from here then, and I would ask that this picture be pulled down, and for the map, the sketch, and I can provide the year number again, to be taken up again. So the register number was 976. Maybe we can continue from there.
If please proceed, Madam Court Officer, with pulling down indeed this picture and pulling up the document just cited by Madam Prosecutor.
Mr. Witness, could you please mark on this map, again, the one on the right-hand side of your screen, what I believe yesterday you called the sleeping quarters where soldiers slept. You talked about this at transcript page 2958 and following. But if you could please focus on that building, and you could perhaps mark it as, Your Honors, I'm in your hands here. I could ask him to mark it with number 3, or I could ask him to mark with the number 5, which corresponds to the number he assigned on his sketch. So since later we'll be asking him to, I'll be using the sketch as well. I don't know if that would aid our understanding, but I'm really in your hands here.
Let's proceed with 5.
Thank you. So if you could please mark that with number 5. Thank you. Yesterday you told us in...
Excuse me. Excuse me, Your Honor. At a convenient point, I'll let my colleague finish her point, but I'd like to come back to make an observation on the previous photo and the questions that were posed on the previous photo at page 9 at an appropriate time.
Very well. And is it then necessary to have the witness, or is it better than to usher the witness out?
I don't think so, Your Honor,
Okay.
but I can start and you can tell me.
Okay, very well. Now, if not, we do it before. I could have the witness ushered out, and then also discuss the other point I wanted to discuss with the parties and Victims' Counsel, and we do that all together.
That would be safest and the most appropriate. Thank you.
Very well.
Your Honor, and of course, there is no problem on our side. We would though request that maybe the witness be ushered out for this question.
No, but that's
whatever. Oh, sorry. I thought that this would be discussed before he is ushered out.
No, but he will be. I might not have been clear, but what I propose to do is that we will have the witness ushered out. We will discuss this point, and then after that we will discuss another point, and then we will break. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Shala, yesterday you told us at page 2958, line 4, that you entered this building that you marked with number 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Help us understand, where is the entrance door to this warehouse, to this building? If you could perhaps mark it, if you remember where it was.
According to the photograph I have in front of me and the angle it was taken from, it is difficult to identify the building, let alone the entrance. But from what I can remember, if I remember correctly, the entrance was somewhere here at the beginning, just there where it says Kukas.
Be able to mark that on the map with an X, perhaps? Or with an E, actually, for entrance?
An E? Yes, somewhere here. I think it was right here at the beginning, the entrance. I don't know whether there was another entrance, but I think that was there, the main one. I think, but I'm not sure.
And I will actually shortly show you a photo of this building, and maybe it will be easier then for you to identify where the entrance was. But for now, I just want to ask you, how far was this building, the entrance rather to this building, from your office?
Perhaps it couldn't have been more than 50 meters, 70, say.
Thank you very much. How many times did you go to this warehouse, to this building?
А что?
Well, I cannot remember the exact number, but whenever I had time, I went there, not for long, but just to look at the situation. And that's because the change of the members would take place there. They didn't stay long because following mobilization and receiving their uniforms, as well as any other equipments that they needed, once there was a particular number, or it would get to a particular number, then they would be transported to the training centers.
Thank you. So you said you went there whenever you had time.
Well,
Yes.
Mr. Witness, going back to the photograph on the right-hand side of the screen, can you please mark the toilets with a number 6?
Based on this photograph and the angle, again, I reiterate this. I think it was here.
Would you be able perhaps to draw to make a 6 instead of that marking, just that for our references later on it would be easier to do so?
Yes.
Thank you. You told us yesterday that these were the only toilets in the facility. This is at page 2959, lines 6 to 7. And you also said that these were the toilets you used, not frequently, but that you used these toilets. This is a transcript, page 2958, lines 19 to 20. Is this correct, Mr. Witness?
Yes, it's correct.
Again, similar question to before. How far were these toilets from your office?
Could have been up to 150 meters away.
Mr. Witness, looking at this map, and again, I understand it's a little bit difficult to read it and to understand it, but does this correspond, or rather, let me rephrase the question. I will actually go to this a little bit later. So, Your Honors, I would now like to show a couple of photographs to the witness, if I can proceed with that.
All photographs of the factory.
Yes, for recognition purposes.
Yes, please proceed. Yes, of course. We're going to save this picture first, and the court officer will allocate a registry number to it. Thank you, Madam Court Officer, for proceeding in that way.
Your Honors, I was just looking at the time because the part I'm now embarking on would probably take a bit longer than 10 minutes, I believe. So I know it's a bit early to go into the break. I don't know whether we would rather want to have the discussion the defense raised now, or because I'm afraid otherwise I would maybe take it a bit, and having to break that would not be super
Okay.
convenient.
No, we will first have the number of this document, and then we will proceed with breaking a little bit earlier.
Your Honors, additional markings made by the witness W04754 on ERN SPOE 00330362 will be assigned registry number REG 00977.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. That's noted. Yes, Mr. Witness, we will have a break at 11, but we are first going to discuss some other issues. So I will ask Madam Court Usher to accompany you out of the courtroom. You can take some rest, and we see you back at 11:30. Very well. I will first give the floor to the defense, and I assume that this can be done in public. Okay, then you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. It's really a matter of fairness to the witness. The questions posed by my learned colleague when using the photographs at ERN 083525 at page 9 and following, depicting a number of people in a room, the witness already said that there were a couple of other rooms that were bigger. He said they were in the upper floor, but then my learned colleague ended up saying how many people were there and suggesting that there is a capacity issue with the rooms without putting it frankly and fairly to the witness. Because what we see here is a number of people around the table, and the question of the capacity was, when it was first addressed, was about how many people would be in a certain office working. So it has to be put clearly to the witness. Maybe he has a clarification. We didn't object because it is a matter to be clarified if the SPO wishes to do so. But the suggestion that somebody is taking the picture, we don't know from where, from outside, inside, we don't know where the door is, and that there are 6 people and possibly 7, suggesting that this room is bigger than other rooms, has to be put fairly and clearly to the witness to explain. It's not the same 5 people or 6 people having a coffee around the table, or 2 or 3 or more being working in an office. This has to be put in a fair manner to the witness, so if there is an explanation or clarification, then he can put that clearly to the transcript, suggesting that rooms have different capacities in general, which the witness said. Some of the rooms are possibly bigger than others, and explained the possible capacity, but that was in a different context. So we should not mislead or be unfair to the witness if the point we want to make later on is, well, the rooms are bigger. We have pictures of rooms. We can go to the ground and see each room. So if we are trying to adduce evidence as to the size of rooms, we have to do it fairly to the witnesses. And this witness is best placed because he was in the upper floor. And this is exactly what he said. This is the point we want to make, Your Honor.
You have the floor, Madam Prosecutor, if you want to
Thank you, Your
submit
Honors.
anything.
Well, first of all, we submit that counsel could explore this in redirect if they so wish. And second, I don't believe it's an issue of fairness to the witness. The witness himself explained that there was an office, a mobilization office, where he said there were 2 people. When I asked him Okay, were there other offices in that building with other people being present? He said that there were other offices. Actually, he himself volunteered that there were offices that where 5 or 6 people could be there. And then I actually showed him a picture, asked him a fact. How many people do you see in this picture? That is all we asked, actually, following up on what the witness told us. So our position is that there was no unfairness to the witness. We just explored an issue that we are entitled to explore. And again, if defense wants to raise this with him, they can do so in redirect. That would be our submissions, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, would you like to make submissions in this respect?
Only to say that we couldn't detect the unfairness in the question.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, I must say that I don't see any misleading at this point in time, but I do suggest, but I don't need to because I know that you are completely aware that at this point you can further clarify. If you think that there is an unclarity at this moment in time, I invite you to pose these questions in redirect to him. Yeah. And then we close this matter and we go into private session. Madam Court Officer, could you please take care of that?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We will have a break till 11:30. Hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Good. Welcome back. I see that we are in the same composition in the court. So we note that for the record, and we proceed. Very well, Madam Court Officer, can you usher the witness in, please? Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Funded.
Thank you.
Did you hear the witness?
Po,
Yes, I did.
Very well, then I give the floor to Madam Prosecutor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Witness, before the break, we were discussing the cookies factory, and I would like to show you some pictures for recognition. And then I'll give the ERN number, if that can be put up. It's SPOE 4001024 to 400105559. This is item number 6 in our list of materials.
Yes, Madam Court Officer, you may proceed.
And it's page 18 of this document. Mr. Witness, do you recognize this picture?
Now you're showing parts of it. It looks familiar as a building, but I don't know. I think it's the sleeping quarters that we mentioned earlier with the entrance or the door there. So if we refer to the main entrance, it's the building to the right, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And I think for our references, this was building number 5, and perhaps we could pull up the map with the markings. I can provide the exhibit number assigned by the registry. It's the one ending in 977.
Please proceed.
Perhaps if you can zoom in just a little bit, we see the number 5, but yeah. So again, witness, what you just said is that you seem to recognize the building we see on the picture on the right-hand side as what you marked with the number 5 on the picture on the left-hand side, correct?
It looks like that, yes.
On the same document, the same year-end number of the picture on the right-hand side, page 26 on the screen. Mr. Shala, do you recognize this picture?
No. I don't remember.
Of this picture?
No. I don't know what time this photograph was taken, but to be honest, I don't remember this. I don't remember it. Maybe it has changed since then, and a long time has passed since then, but I don't remember this, no.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. May I now have picture 27? Do you recognize this picture, Mr. Witness?
No.
You have no idea of any pointers what this building could be? You don't recognize. I understand a long time has passed and probably the facilities looked different at the time.
I'm looking at the photograph on the left, to my left, and I can't place this one in the scheme or the drawing that I made. And I can't see which building this is.
May I have another picture then? And this is a different year and number. It's 074390 to 074391, page 1.
Proceed, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, do I understand right that you would like to change the picture on the right-hand side for the picture you just mentioned?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Okay. Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
And Mr. Witness, if you take a look at the picture in front of you on the right-hand side, do you recognize this picture? Or rather, the building in it?
You.
No.
Mr. Shala, this building, the picture you're looking at now, represents how the building that we just saw before, that was in a destroyed state, at the time of the events. Would that perhaps help you to identify or recognize this building?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have to be more accurate. Which events? This picture is taken 10 years after the events.
I see that the point has been taken, Defense Counsel.
Yes, thank you. So the picture, we have evidence that the picture we are currently seeing in front of us represents the building we just saw before during the period of May and June 1999. Does that help you to perhaps recognize this building?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but we
Please,
can...
so, maybe it's better to usher the witness out?
Maybe, Your Honor.
Yes, very well. Madam Court Officer, could you accompany the witness out? Mr. Witness, you will be ushered out for a moment. 5 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Apologies to interrupt. This picture was taken on the 9th of April of 2009, if we trust the metadata. And so it is not, we have no evidence that this is the state in which it was at the time of the events or before the time of the events. So we have to be very clear. The second point, quickly, Your Honor, is we don't think it's helpful, since the witness has not recognized the picture, to suggest what it is. We did that once with the factory itself, with a very recent witness. And if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, and I stand to be corrected, we were told not to suggest what the picture is if we're submitting the picture to the witness. So we have to have a little bit of consistency. So maybe my learned colleague can go about what she wants to explore in a different way.
I'm not going to enter with you now in a discussion about consistency, but there is a consistent approach on this. Madam Prosecutor, please, what would your reaction be?
Well, Your Honors, actually, we do have evidence that this is how the building looked at the time of the events from multiple witnesses that we heard in this trial. And I'm very happy to provide some references here, but these are live witnesses who came to testify in front of this panel. Also, in terms of putting this to the witness, I proceeded by asking him an open question whether he recognized the building. And then also I didn't say what this building was, I just asked him whether he did recognize it at the time. And in any event, Your Honors, I will proceed if I was planning on actually helping him to provide some, let's say, references as to the location of this building to see whether the witness actually this may trigger his memory. And otherwise, I'll proceed to put the SPO case to the witness as to what this building was, if this is how Your Honors will allow me to proceed.
I propose to proceed as follows, that you can say that evidentiary material has been proposed that indicates that there was a building at the time of the confirmed indictment on the premises of the metal factory, of the Koekers metal factory, and then you ask the questions, and then defense counsel, I think we have framed it enough as to see what basis there are. I don't think we have to give the references to the witness. But I'm not so much of putting the case to the witness if it's not necessary at this stage of the proceedings. Please proceed.
Perfectly, Your Honors, we'll proceed in this way. Thank you.
Very well. Madame Court Officer, could you ask Madame Court Officer to bring the witness back? Welcome back, Mr. Witness, and thank you. I give the floor to Madame Prosecutor to proceed with the questions.
Mr. Witness, we have evidence that this building existed on the premises of the Koekers factory at the time relevant to the indictment, which is May to June 1999, a time at which you were at the metal factory. And perhaps I will help you telling you that this building was, the evidence indicates, this building was standing in the middle of the courtyard of the metal factory. Does that help you in any way to perhaps situate this building or remember it? And just maybe a last clarification, Mr. Witness, this building indeed doesn't exist anymore at the time. And in fact, the evidence we have suggests that actually it was destroyed, which is actually the first picture I show you. But I will take this one at a time. So, did anything that I just put to you help you perhaps to remember this building, which was in the middle of the courtyard?
Nuk më kujtohet,
Well, I don't remember. On the basis of the photograph on the left that I'm looking at, it's not there. And I don't remember it being there at the time. It could be, but I don't remember.
Mr. Witness, actually this building is not on the picture on the left-hand side. It's just not there. It didn't exist when this aerial picture was taken. However, if we keep looking at that picture on the left-hand side, again, there is evidence in this case that the building on the right-hand side was standing in parallel, so in front of building number 5, the sleeping warehouse. Does this help at all, perhaps?
As I look at it now, even the other buildings around don't look familiar to me, let alone this one. No, I don't remember it. I don't know when this photograph was taken, at what time in comparison to the other one. I don't know.
Absolutely, Mr. Witness, and I can tell you that this picture was taken in 2009, so after the time we were talking. But as I said, we do have evidence that this building was standing, and it looked pretty much how it is in this picture when you were there at the Kukas Metal Factory. Is it your testimony that you never saw this building?
When I marked it, I marked the buildings that were used by logistics. And I also marked the part of the compound where the operations room was. So I know that mentioning those buildings, but there were other buildings adjacent that the owner of these facilities was using. Maybe these existed at the time, but I don't remember them.
So I understand you are telling us that you marked the buildings that were used by logistics, but you're also saying that there might have been other buildings at the time. Is that accurate?
Yes, some adjoining buildings, yes, maybe. The ones that you can see behind here, I didn't see them there, but I can see them in the picture, the aerial photograph. On the basis of this photograph, I may say that maybe they existed at the time, but to me, it's not familiar. Not only this building, but also the other buildings around.
But then I understand you were not familiar with every single part of the premises of the metal factory. But this building, as I mentioned earlier, we have evidence that was standing right in the middle of the premises of the metal factory. Are you telling us that you never saw this building at the time?
No, I didn't see it.
Mr. Shala, we heard evidence in this case that this building was used to detain several people during the months of May and June 1999, which is the time you were there. Did you have an idea that people were detained at the Kukes metal factory when you were there?
Unë personalisht
Personally, I didn't see any persons that were detained there.
Did you hear, perhaps, there were people detained there during the relevant time?
jo,
No,
You never heard that there were people detained at the metal factory?
jo as
no, never.
Mr. Witness, if I understand your evidence correctly, you told us today that whenever you had time, you went to the building number 5, the sleeping quarters, that was just, as you said today, 50 to 70 meters away from your office. And this is page 29, line 21. And as I said, we have evidence that this building, where again, we have evidence people were detained, were in the middle of the courtyard. Is it your sworn testimony that you have never, during the time, the almost 3 months you spent at the metal factory, never seen this building?
jo, po thënë se nuk po më kujtohet.
I said I don't remember.
Mr. Shala, do you know that 2 individuals called Sabi Getzi and Zemshit Krasniqi have been tried and convicted by courts in Kosovo for illegally detaining individuals on the premises of the metal factory and in this building in particular when you were there?
Po, kom dëgju.
Yes, I heard about that, but I didn't have any knowledge of that.
What did you hear exactly about these judgments?
Ato çka e kom
What I've read in the media, because this was an open court case, and what I've read from the media.
So have you also learned that Sabit Getzi and Zemshit Krasniqi were also convicted for keeping in inhumane conditions, mistreating, and torturing detainees in this very building? Have you heard that too?
unë thash që
As I said, I have heard that they were convicted. And I learned this through the media outlets for something along those lines that took place there, but I have no knowledge of that myself.
So you said that you learned this through the media, but are you telling us now that during the time you were there, you never noticed anything happening there, and in this building in particular, in front of which you passed several times, you told us today?
Madam Prosecutor, that's not the way he formulated it, so I don't allow for this rephrasing.
Apologies, Your Honors. Maybe I can rephrase my last question. Then my last question would simply be whether you can confirm today that you never knew of these detentions at the time.
Io nu compos.
No, I did not know.
Thank you, Mr. Shala. I'm moving now to another topic. And, Your Honors, these pictures can be taken down.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
I'd like to ask you some questions on how you became a defense witness, Mr. Shala. Do you recall when you were first contacted by the defense?
Ne gusht
It was in August 2019.
Are you sure about that date that you just said, August 2019?
pod
Yes, it was around that, perhaps 20th, 21st of August. At the tribunal as well, I gave a statement.
Yes, indeed, I believe, Mr. Witness, but perhaps you can confirm, wasn't that maybe the times in which you met with the SPO, rather, where you came, as you said, to the tribunal?
100% po.
Yes.
With the defense team of Mr. Shala, that is standing on the, rather sitting on your right-hand side in this courtroom.
Më duket
I think last year, this year, last year, this year, I don't know. Yeah.
On that occasion, did you meet in person?
po.
Yes.
At the time of this meeting, were you aware of the nature of the SPO case against Peter Shala?
Po.
Yes.
So were you aware, perhaps in easier, simpler terms, of the accusations against Peter Shala at the time?
Kom qenë se ka qenë i
Well, yeah, that he was arrested and was being detained, and that there were accusations and the charge against him.
Before this first meeting, had you read the already public redacted version of the indictment against Peter Shala, which was made public in November 2021?
jo.
No.
At the meeting where did you discuss the charges or the accusations?
Jo.
No.
Did you try to independently acquire information on the accused and these accusations in advance of this meeting?
Jo.
No.
In advance of that meeting or during that meeting, were you able to review the statement you gave to the SPO in 2019?
Për deklaratën që kom dhënë
The witness statement I gave in 2012, I didn't even need to read it, and didn't need to ask anyone about it because it was my statement. I knew what I had said, and I stand by it today as well.
In the transcript, okay, maybe you can clarify that.
Yes, sure. Your Honors, witness, you said, page 51, line 6, that the statement you gave in 2012. However, I believe before we discussed about August 2019. Which is the correct date? If perhaps you can confirm that.
jo 2012,
Not 2012, 2019.
How many times did you meet with the defense between that first meeting and today's testimony?
vetëm një herë.
Just once.
Këtu në
And here at the tribunal.
That's that one time you told me about.
po,
Yes.
That you met the accused in 2004, 2005, or 2006, and this is at transcript page 2970, line 21. Did you have any other meetings with the accused after those years?
jo,
No.
So you didn't meet with him after 2019 when you gave your statement to the SPO?
as qemi taku, as
Neither have we met, nor have we heard from each other. Not ever.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, I would now like to move to discuss your encounters with the accused during the war. This is a topic that the defense explored with you yesterday, and I would like to clarify a few things. You told us yesterday at transcript page 2966, line 9, that during the war you met the accused twice, correct?
saktë.
Correct.
You said that you met him at the Cookers factory, page 2967, line 12, and dated the first meeting approximately somewhere between 10 and 15 April 1999. Is this correct?
Saktë.
Correct.
2969, line 12.
Madam Prosecutor, if there's not really a doubt about what has been said, then it's not necessary to have this correct, because he said it yesterday, and it seems like if you use it for a step up, it's okay, but we're not going to do it for the second time.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So it was just more for our own references and to summarize a little bit his evidence from yesterday, but I'm happy to continue without having to repeat all of this for confirmation. And you also said yesterday that when you met him the first time, the accused told you that he wanted to go to the front lines. He had no intention to return before the end of the war, and asked you for a weapon, which you gave him.
Ashtu saktë.
Yes, that's it. Correct.
The second time you met him was in June, just before the war ended. You met him in a cafe in Cookerstown, and you discussed plans for the future.
Saktë.
Correct.
A summary of your testimony from
Yes, sir.
yesterday.
Correct, yes.
Mr. Shala, we have noticed a number of inconsistencies between what you testified yesterday and what you told the SPO in 2009, in 2019, a statement you said you stood by, you stand by, which was a time in which, before Peter Shala was indicted, and before you became a defense witness. I would like to discuss this inconsistency with you today. And with your honor's leave, I would like to read up some parts of his 2019 statement.
Please proceed if you have already touched upon what he said in court. So
These were all matters discussed yesterday. Sorry, apologies, Your Honors. Yes, what I mean is these are matters that he just confirmed his testimony being accurate and about.
And then how can you put to him the parts you think would need further clarification? If they are inconsistent, that has to be seen, of course, but they need further clarification?
Absolutely. I will proceed exactly in that way. So if we could have on the screen 083524, TRET Part 5, Red 2.
Please proceed, Madame Court Officer.
And it's at page 23. And you said, Mr. Shala, lines 13 to 18 of the English version, when I came to Kukes, I found him together with Rusdi Saramati. And for a long time, he had gone somewhere. And then he reported back a month and a half later. He came and asked to be sent to the front. I think he stayed there for one night. He left, and I don't know where he went or what he did. I've heard rumors that he lives abroad. And Your Honors, if I may allow to read another passage always on this topic, which is actually at the 2 pages down from here, page 25.
Please proceed.
Starting at line 23, and then it goes into the next page. I'll read it so.
Please wait, Madam Prosecutor,
Oh, yes.
because on our screen we can only see till line 20.
Thank you. So I will start here, and then as I read it, we will move into the next page, if that is workable. So in 2019, you also said, and you're talking about the accused. He was in Kukës very little. Like I said, when I came, I found him with Rusdi Saramati. I saw him just that one time, and then he left in an unknown direction. I don't know if something happened to him. Perhaps let me complete this part, Mr. Witness, and then we will. Oh, sorry, are you?
Abon?
May I?
Do you want to answer a question? Because Madam
you-
Prosecutor, Madam
you-
Prosecutor.
No.
Përkthimi nga
The translation from English into Albanian is entirely different in relation to the numbers, for instance, that the Madam Prosecutor was referring to, are not the same in the Albanian translation. So I don't know whether I could have the same ones, if possible, please.
If I understand you right, Mr. Minister, you're saying that the pages in Albanian you are looking at are
Do not match.
through the headphones. Yes, please.
Your Honor, I think he wants to see the Albanian version of that passage so he can read it. This is what I understood.
That's what I understand too, but I think that the court officer tried to do that, but we have the wrong page, apparently. Madam Prosecutor, can you assist Madam Court Officer with the right Albanian page, please?
Your Honors, for now, we're proposing to read from the English. If Your Honors would like also the Albanian to be put to the witness, we can get the references. For now, we're just working off the English and have the translator translate for the witness,
Okay.
as if that's workable for Your Honor.
In principle, it is. I look at the defense.
Well, Your Honor, the original language is the Albanian. If he is afforded, we see that the Albanian page, somewhere on top, I think if we look at line 7 of that page that appears, maybe this is, from looking at the names, maybe this is the corresponding part. But on the language itself, since Albanian is the original, if there is any discrepancy, maybe this is the time to look at it in Albanian rather than have the translation of a translation of English. But
Yes. Let us see for. No, we cannot do it from the top of the head. In principle, the translation should be fine. Let me see here. Maybe the interpreters can give us a hand to locate this part. Oh yeah, already starting on the page before with the Albanian.
Okay, so can we have the page references in the English version? So that's page 25 in part 5. Lines 2.
6, line 12.
If you could just give us some time, Your Honors.
Yes, please.
Your Honors, would you like the interpreter to indicate the corresponding Albanian part? So, what starts with line 23 in English, in Albanian is line 9. The part 5 page, the displayed page on the screen, which I can't see exactly now. If we scroll down a little bit, I could indicate you the page. Page 27, indeed.
And then that goes till line 17.
I would need to see the next page in English.
Madame Court Officer, can you bring page 26 on the screen? The one which ends with I don't know. Yes. Oh.
Line 17.
It is page 24, rather, Your Honor, lines 13 to 18.
From the Albanian version.
In the Albanian version, yes. So part 5, page 24, lines 13 to 18.
It's line 17, somewhere in the west.
So,
are we looking at line 12 in English, right? The last sentence, in June, beginning of June?
It's partially correct in the sense that it's actually yes, apologies, it's line 12. In June, beginning of June, correct. It's page 26, line 12.
okay. So if we would go back in the English version to page 25, line 23. He was in Cookers very little. That starts in the Albanian version on the page now pulled up. Yes. Line. Which line, if I may ask the interpreter? So line 23 on page 25 in the English version. Which line in the Albanian version is that?
Maybe I can assist, Your Honor. I think the page we're looking at in the Albanian may correspond to the previous passage that was read out, and the page that we just saw at page 27 of the Albanian is the correspondent to the second portion that was about to be read.
And that was page 25 in the Albanian version.
No, page 27 in the
Yes,
Albanian.
27, sorry, yes, 27.
Line 9 and following, the question would be at line 7, maybe.
Okay. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us to page 27? And it starts at line 9. A question for the interpreters. Is line 9, corresponds that with the English version, page 25, line 23?
Yes, it does.
So, we take it from here.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, I'll start again.
And then I say thank you to the interpreters, just between brackets. Thank you.
So this is what you told the SPO in 2019, and you're talking about the accused. He was in Kukës very little. Like I said, When I came, I found him with Rusdi Saramati. I saw him just that one time. And then he left in an unknown direction. And I don't know if something had happened to him. And before the end of Operation Arrow, he showed up and said, I want to go to the front lines. He slept one night there, and then he took off, and I didn't see him after that. And I heard that after Operation Arrow was finished, he then returned to Kosovo, and then he went somewhere into the West. I don't know. You were asked, so you saw Peter Shala in Kukës when you arrived there in early April 1999? And you answered, yes. You were asked, and you also saw Peter Shala in Kukës in May 1999 during the time of Operation Shigeta? Answer, in June, beginning of June. Mr. Shala, in 2019, you said, as we just read, that when you met the accused the first time, he was with Rusdi Saramati, and then he left in an unknown direction. You made no mention of the accused asking you for a weapon on that occasion. You also stated that on that first encounter, the accused left, and then he reported back a month and a half later, and that on that second occasion, he asked you for a weapon. Can you please clarify the difference in these statements, or rather, the difference from your evidence and the statement that you gave earlier in 2019?
Yes. Yes. It seems like there is a misunderstanding here in terms of what I have said, because I said that I met Peter Shala twice, and that was at the beginning in April. And when I met him, at that time he was at Rusdi Saramati's, but in the meeting it was just me. He met me, not Rusdi Saramati as well. And in that meeting, he asked for a weapon, and he said he was going to the front. And he asked for a weapon, and from then on until June, I did not see him. The last time I saw him was in June. That is what I have stated back then as well. And I can see here perhaps there is a mistake in translation. Or perhaps it has been noted down incorrectly. That is my statement. But the truth is that I saw Peter Shala twice, and I shall repeat again, once at the beginning in April, and the last time was in June, just before the end of the war. And it was after that that he left. I didn't say he went to Kosovo, but he said he was going to see his family. And his family back then was in Belgium. That's his wife and the children, and his children.
Mr. Witness, you never said in 2019 that you were asked for a weapon and that you gave a weapon to Peter Shala during that first encounter. you placed that occurrence during your second meeting, which you placed in time rather at the end of May 99 or beginning of June. And actually, you gave a precise reference in time. You said that it was before the end of Operation Arrow. Isn't that what you said?
I'm sorry, but what would he need the weapon for at the end of the war? The war ended at the beginning of June. So he asked for the weapon when we met the first time, while the second meeting we had, it was just a farewell encounter. We just greeted each other, and I continued on with my work. He asked for the weapon at the first encounter, and then, on the basis of his words, I'm saying here that he was leaving for the front.
I have a few follow-up questions here. First of all, you actually provided this timeline, the timeline that we just discussed. So a first meeting in April 1999 and a second meeting at the end of May, beginning of June, twice during your SPO interview.
No, Your Honors. This is not completely accurate. When he was asked whether it was the end of May, he corrected in June, beginning of June. At page 26, line 12 of the SPO statement.
I see here then as an answer, somewhere around there, beginning of June or end of May. That's his answer, no? You were reading the question?
The answer just before was in June, beginning of June. So
Yes,
it's
and then there's another, now I want to have the complete part. And then there's a question, end of May, beginning of June. And then the answer is somewhere around there, beginning of June or end of May. That, if we say it like this, is it, I want to be as accurate as possible, then the defense is fine with it? Okay, good.
Yes, that's the whole passage.
Good.
Thank you.
Actually, my point is that, you, Mr. Witness, the two references that you gave to these timelines are one at page 23, and we read it. And then you said that when you came to Kukes, you found him together with Saramati, and you said he reported back a month and a half later. Now, yesterday, you told us that, and we discussed it earlier this morning, that you dated that meeting approximately around the 10th or 15th of April 1999. So if we calculate a month or a month and a half later, to which date are we getting? And my proposition is that that would take us to the end of May, beginning of June. Would you agree with me on this?
Yes, and that's what I stated. And towards the end of May, I'm not sure about the exact date. So yes, end of May, beginning of June. I said 1.5 months, but it could have been even more than that. I don't know the exact dates when those things happened.
And your witness, I appreciate that long time has passed and it's difficult to be precise with dates after all of this time. However, I understand now that you're confirming that you saw the accused twice. Once was in April, and once was rather at the end of May, beginning of June. Do you confirm that this second encounter happened before the end of Operation Arrow, indeed, rather at the end of May, beginning of June?
Exact.
Correct.
Mr. Witness, does placing these events a little bit more correctly in time, does this also remind you of when you gave Peter Shala the weapon, whether that was the first or during the second meeting?
Of course, the first encounter. Our second encounter, when we met, was just before the end of the war, so why would he want a weapon then?
Mr. Witness, you just confirmed, though, that rather this encounter happened at the end of May, beginning of June, which is not exactly right before the end of the war. Is this correct?
Well, I said towards the end of the war. I didn't say after the end of the war.
Please hold your horses. Defense counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We object to asking the same question 7 times, Your Honors. And the witness just answered, and I give you the reference. It's at page 2969, at line 18. The second occasion was towards the end of the war, just before the war ended in June. So this is exactly what he repeated now and exactly what he said. He has been very clear on several occasions. If my learned colleagues want to challenge him, maybe they can say, was it the meeting in the city or was it in the factory? They can ask some other type of questions if they think he's not being consistent. But we've been asked now 7 times whether the first, the second, and the timings, and he has been consistent on it.
Defense counsel, the same question went through my head, but there is one additional point that I would have further explored is towards the end of the war. And I think that the prosecutor was getting at that because there is a difference. But yeah, it's a relative. It's a term which can be interpreted in different ways. And the reason that I was allowing for it is that this was coming up. But I do agree with you that the question has been posed several times. But this last part was the part that I found not clear yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, no, but we are not going to discuss. So I will allow on this specific point. And if you have something to add, but not a repetition. But you have the floor to add something.
Just briefly, that we want to explore the truth, but put in the witness in a difficulty with the exact month and a half, 3 weeks is put in a difficulty where he has been clear with the best of his recollection. That's what we have a difficulty with, Your Honor.
Now, I see your difficulty, and I already told you that partly I understood it, but there was I think there's a point that should be clarified with regard to what this is, the end of the war, and they are allowed to put this question in order to further clarify. But we should not repeat questions. There I am with you. Madam Prosecutor, I don't think you need further guidance other than that what the discussion we just had. I give the floor to you.
Yes, Your Honors. Maybe I'll just clarify one question again on the timing, and then I'd like to move on to other topics. So, Mr. Witness, you talked about the end of the war. Can you please clarify what you mean? Give us a time reference for the end of the war.
With the Kumanovo agreement between the Serbs, at that time it was called Yugoslavia, and the KFOR forces that were preparing to enter Kosovo. In June 1999, and I think this was on the 5th or 6th of June, as far as I remember. I mean, the agreement was signed then, and the retreat of their forces started. They began retreating their forces from Kosovo. Soldiers, policemen, paramilitaries, militia, every one of them started to withdraw, started to retreat from Kosovo. And that's what I call the beginning of the end of the war. And that's the end of the war, practically, which was also accompanied by the entry of our members of the KLA in some parts of the territory of Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I would now like you to focus on another aspect of what you told us, and in particular on the whereabouts of the accused after your encounters with him. So again, in your SPO statement, you said that after the first meeting in April 99, the accused left and you didn't know where he went. And also later you stated that he went to an unknown direction. However, yesterday you told us that after that encounter, you were convinced 1,000,000% that he went to the front line where he intended to go. And later on also you specified that he actually went to the fourth direction, Kukes, Morine, Gorozup. Can you explain the difference between these two statements?
Yes, that's correct. But at that meeting, he didn't tell me where exactly he was going. He said that he was going to the front line, but at the second meeting, he told me that he had gone there, and this is correct.
You didn't learn during the first meeting that he actually had gone to the front line. You learned this later. Is this correct?
He said that he would go, but I didn't know whether he went there.
Then, with regard to the second meeting, yesterday you said that during the second meeting, which happened in a cafe in Kukes town, the accused told you that he wanted to go to Belgium. And you also stated that you remember very well him telling you that he wanted to honor, that he had honored his father's words. But in fact, in 2019, you never mentioned any meeting in a cafe where you discussed plans for the future. You told us, the SPO, that you didn't see him after that time, and you heard rumors that he lived abroad. Can you again explain the differences in these two accounts?
As far as I know, and that's what I stated at the time, and I will repeat it now, that in the second meeting, he told me that he fulfilled his national duty, his duty to the nation, and he would return to his family. And he told me that his family was in Belgium, and he had his wife and children in Belgium there.
Mr. Witness, you never mentioned the fact that the accused wanted to go to Belgium. Actually, you didn't mention Belgium at all in your 2019 statement. Can you explain the difference in the nature of this conversation and why you never mentioned it then?
Dosta
Maybe I didn't mention it, but that's what I thought at the time, and that's what I think today.
And what do you mean what you thought at the time? Which time are you talking about now?
The second meeting and the conversation I had with him at that meeting, the second meeting in Kukas.
Mr. Witness, I have one other point to raise with you, and this is actually the location of your second meeting with the accused. Yesterday you said that the second time you met was in a cafe in Kukastown. However, in 2019, while acknowledging that you didn't know exactly where the accused slept after your encounter, what you told the SPO clearly indicates that the meeting did not happen in Kukastown. And I would like now to read another passage with your honor's leave regarding the location of this encounter.
Yes, you may, but following defense counsel, I see that you want to say something.
I'm sorry. Just to clarify one thing, this is something that's been read out from the previous statement, is that the witness in his previous statement mentioned the West. At page 26, at line 6, mentioned the West, which is a reference to Western countries, just for the accuracy.
Okay, but that you could also have explored in your in your second round. But it's good that you mention it now. But because now you have already given the answer, and you could have elicited that from the witness. No, you could have elicited that from the witness. Now you have given the answer. But you will get the opportunity to clarify what is needed, defense counsel. I will give you ample opportunity. But we have to go back to the Madam Prosecutor, and we will have to find also the Albanian text at this moment in time. So I hope that the interpreters will be able to assist us.
Shall I provide the reference then? It is still in part 5, read 2, page 27. So we are in the same, around the same area of the transcript in the Albanian version, I believe. But in English, the lines are 20 to 25.
Okay, 20 to... may I ask the interpreters to assist us to find the pages in the Albanian version? The pages, the lines and page in the Albanian version.
Can we have a search term to look for?
I will give the floor to Madam Prosecutor. It is lines, you said 20?
So the lines are 20 to 25. Perhaps a word that could help is sleeping accommodation.
Lines 20 to 25, which page and in which language?
7 in the English version, and then it's lines 20 till 25. and we are looking for the corresponding part in the Albanian version.
It looks like it's page 29, lines 9 to 12.
Yes, because 2 lines before you see April 99.
Where is Rushdie Saramati mentioned?
Here.
20 to 25 in English.
The question starts at line 7.
Mr. Witness, in relation to the second meeting with the accused, in 2019 you said, or rather, you were asked, at the time when he stayed at the mobilization center, did he then stay in your building? And you answered, I know that he spent one night because he came and got the weapon in the morning before leaving. But I don't know if he was in the sleeping accommodation or on the compound, or if he was with Rushdie Saramati, or where he spent the night. Mr. Witness, didn't this encounter, as you described it in the SPO statement, didn't this happen at the Kukes factory?
The encounter happened at the Kukes factory, but you read your own version, but in the Albanian version says that I know that he was sleeping somewhere, whether he slept in the sleeping quarters or at Rushdie Saramati's place, I don't know. He slept somewhere. He came there the next morning, got the weapon and left. This is what it writes here in Albanian.
In fact, this reads the same in English. The point is not really where he slept, but where he met with you and he gave him the weapon. That was the point I was trying to clarify, but you did, so thank you very much for that. Also,
that's what I said.
thank you, Mr. Witness. Also, no bar was mentioned in that statement, which is also why I was trying to clarify this with you. I have a final point that I would like to discuss.
Madam Prosecutor, it's 5 minutes to 1. So I would like to break at 1 in principle. But how much time do you think that you will need still?
Your Honor, I think this will take me another 5 to 10 minutes max. If we have the flexibility to perhaps go on for a few more minutes, I think I could wrap this part up before the lunch break, and otherwise I can stop here and then I'll finish this after lunch.
Okay. I asked the interpreters if we can go on for 5 minutes more.
Yes, Your Honor, we can continue.
Madam Prosecutor, you've heard the answer. We are allowed some more time, so please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, again, in 2009, you described the nature, in 2019, you described the nature of the discussion that you had with Peter Shala during the second meeting very differently from what you did yesterday. Yesterday you said that you had a cafe, that you were very relaxed, that he discussed with you his father's wishes. But actually what you told the SPO in 2019 is quite different, actually. And again, I can provide the reference for the Albanian, or I'm happy to read this in English and then have the translators interpret this as your honors prefer.
I would proceed in the way we have done till now.
Then I can provide the reference in English, which is part 5, still read 2, page 26, lines 19 to 23.
Okay. And then we will proceed in the future for having both versions available without having to ask the interpreters for their assistance in this. So, Madam Prosecutor, it's page 26, line 19 till 23. And then I will ask the interpreters what would be the corresponding excerpt in the Albanian version.
Bear with us a second, Your Honor.
Your honors, perhaps if it's taking a few minutes, we can also break now while the reference is being checked, and I can finish with this after the break. It's, if that is more convenient, we can also proceed in that way.
As the interpreters are looking for it, we may just finish it now.
There is no direct correspondence, exact correspondence between the words that are said in English and in Albanian. At least we can't find that at the moment. So.
Proceed otherwise. We will break now. The necessary references can be looked for. I have a question for Victims' Counsel. Will you proceed with questioning?
Your Honor, yes, we do have some questions for the witness.
And can you give me an indication how much time you would be needing?
I think probably somewhere around 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And will there be a redirect from the part of the defense?
Your Honor, as it stands, maybe one or two clarifications, nothing substantial.
Good, thank you. Then, Mr. Witness, We will now have a break for lunch of 1.5 hours till 2:30, and then we see you back to proceed with the questioning. Yes? Before we adjourn, we need to go into a private session just for a short moment. Madame Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We'll be taking a break for 1.5 hours, and I saw the public arriving, but we will be continuing with the hearing at 2:30. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. Welcome to all of you. Welcome, Mr. Shala. Yes, I see that we are in the same composition as before the break, all the teams, so that is noted. And we will proceed with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Madame Court Officer, yes, thank you. Can you usher the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
From there.
Thank you.
Can you hear me well?
Po, mirë shumë.
Yes, I can very well.
Mr. Shala, can you hear the witness?
Yes, I can.
Very well. Then I give the floor to Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. And just maybe as a, by way of an update, I believe I've used so far approximately 2 hours and a half. I think I'll have probably another hour to go. I'll keep you updated as we move, if there's any updates, but that's my prediction at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shala. Welcome back. I'd like to wrap up what we discussed.
Hello.
And we discussed at length your 2019 SPO statement. And actually today you said that you stand by it. You stand by what you said in 2019.
I see you nodding, Mr. Witness, because if you nod, it's not registered. So if it's better that you speak out, because if not, we have nothing.
Mir.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Please answer the question of Madam Prosecutor.
Okay. Yes.
You confirm that you stated today that you stand by your 2019 statement, or whether you do state that you stand by it.
Yes, yes, I do.
And in fact, at the end of that interview, you were asked, among other things, to confirm the accuracy of what you told the investigators at the time, which you did. And I can provide the reference, which is transcript part 9, page 25, lines 8 to 12 for the record. You were also asked at the end of that interview whether you wished to clarify, supplement, or amend anything that you said. And you stated that there was no need for that. And again, this is for our references, still part 9, page 25, lines 13, 15. Can you confirm that that's what you stated at the time, that there was no need to change or clarify anything at the end of that interview?
Yes, that was the case.
Mr. Shala, in that statement, which is closer in time to the events concerned by this indictment, you described your encounters with the accused quite differently from what you testified in court, as we discussed earlier. And in particular, you said, and we discussed also, I'll briefly go back to it, that the first time when you went to Kukës, you found the accused together with Rusdi Saramati. The accused then for a long time had gone somewhere. He reported back a month and a half later. And when he came back, he asked to be sent to the front. And then you didn't know where he went from there. Mr. Witness, you came up with this timeline during your SPO statement. It wasn't provided to you by the investigators, and you repeated it twice, as we discussed this morning. And you also said that the second meeting that you had, and this was actually what we broke off before the break, that the second meeting was actually very short, and because the accused asked you to go to the front lines, you actually said, I said, well, good luck. What else should I say? And this is at part 5 of your interview, page 26, lines 19 to 23, and the corresponding Albanian version, still part 5, page 28, lines 6 to 9. You also stated, indeed, that you talked about the weapon as we discussed. You never mentioned at the time, in 2019, meeting the accused in Cookestown at the end of the war, discussing plans for the future. But today, in 2023, as you're called to testify as a defense witness, you said for the first time that this meeting happened at the end of the war, when you meet the accused in Cookestown, in civilian clothes, and he told you he was returning to Belgium as he had fulfilled his national duties. Didn't you?
Counsel, if you want to say something, you want to object, I see from the expression on your face that we will usher the witness out. Madame Ascher, could you please usher the witness out? Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and apologies. The question of my learned colleague.
Please don't say apologies when you make submissions, because you don't have to apologize to take the floor.
Thank you. We are just uncomfortable to interrupt our colleagues when they are doing their job. But we have to point out that the question of my colleague started at 14:36, ended at 14:39, so 3 minutes and a half, making actually submissions, not a question, just to end up saying what he just said this morning. So if they have a problem with what he said, he stood by what he said. He explained the timing. We understand all. The issue is the timing. Which one is the first? If there is another one, or is it not? They have to go straight to it. He's been asked to confirm time after time what he has said in the statement, what he has said in the hearing. Probably he doesn't even see where is the problem. This is his recollection. He's testifying under oath. And we have to go. If there is something they want to put to him, they have to go straight to it. We're actually having some lengthy submissions in front of the witness. If they believe he lied, they have to confront him. If they believe he's confused with something, they have to confront him and allow him to clarify that. We've been doing this for quite a lengthy time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. I will first allow the prosecution to make submissions on this.
Yes, Your Honor, and I do realize it was a long question. I'm happy to rephrase it or to shorten it, but I do believe that I just summarized what basically the evidence the witness gave this morning. But as I said, I'm happy to go straight to my final question to him in this regard.
Because we have interrupted, we need to re-ask the question. But at the same time, I found the background given to the question helpful. I do see that it could have been a little bit shorter, but it was background information that allows the witness to understand in which context his question should be seen. That's how I interpret it, and that's the reason that I did not prohibit the prosecution to proceed. But now we will continue, and it is helpful, Madam Prosecutor, to make the same point, but a little bit more succinct, if possible. Madam Court Officer, could you ask Madam Court Officer to bring the witness back? Welcome back, Mr. Witness. We will proceed with the question by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Witness, you provided, as we discussed already, a certain timeline of the events of these encounters with the accused. And as I mentioned earlier, you offered yourself this timeline when you were first asked whether you knew Peter Shala. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Today, you said something that you never mentioned before for the first time. And in particular, you talked about a meeting that you had in Cookestown at the end of the war in a cafe, in a bar, where the accused was in civilian clothes. And again, he also said that he was returning to Belgium as he had fulfilled his national duties. So my question to you today is, can you confirm that this is the first time you discussed about this meeting?
No, it is not the first time. I have also stated it the first time when I gave my witness statement back in 2019. So I have said that and repeated that yesterday too, if you may recall. So I will reiterate it again today, the very same thing. And it was the same thing I thought back then and the same thing I think now. I have said that I've met Peter Shala twice. First of all, at the beginning of April 1999, when we had a conversation of about 20 minutes, half an hour, and we had a coffee, and it was in that meeting that he asked for a weapon, and it was then that he said he was going to the front, and I've said this then as well. And the following day, he came over, and it is also in my statement, which I've already given to the SBO. So he came over the following day, he received the weapon, and he left. The second meeting, I have said that it took place either at the end of May or the beginning of April. So it was almost towards the end of the war, and I shall say it again today.
End of May, yeah, you said, or the beginning of what month?
Yeah, the beginning of the 6th month instead. June, apologies, June. And the second meeting took place in town, in Koukes. No. I know we met at a cafe, because in Koukes we wouldn't meet in the street, but you have reiterated several times that perhaps he obtained the weapon and he went somewhere. There was no need for him to obtain a weapon then because the war had ended. So he said that he had completed his national obligation, as it were, and he said he wanted to go to the West, and it says there, not in a single place, but in 2 or 3 places in the statement, that he would go to the West. And when we say the West, for all of us in the East, we know that the West, the Western countries, are Austria, and then further up north, to the Netherlands, Belgium, and that's what the West denotes for us. So, and I was thinking of the West.
Please focus on a little bit more on what I'm asking you. Actually, what I was putting to you is that you never said in 2019 that this meeting happened in Cookestown in a cafe at the end of the war. And we saw your transcript this morning, we read them, and you never stated that. Isn't this true?
Unë diçka kom thonë.
To my knowledge, I have said it. It's been a while also, since 2019. It's 2023 now, close to the end of this year, so it is almost 5 years soon, so maybe I did say it. And so, to my knowledge, I have said it.
But we did not see it in the transcript. It's not in the transcript, not in the Albanian and not in the translation, in the Albanian version and not in the English version.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I think we can move on from this topic. I have a few more questions, brief questions.
Madam Prosecutor, now that we are on this topic, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, from Cookestown, from the center, where in this cafe where you said you have been with Mr. Shala, to the Cookes metal factory, if you would walk that, how far is that, in order for us to know something about distances? Or do you have, or would you go by car?
Unë kam shku me makinë
I went by car.
për 2 kilometra.
I think it's about 2.5 kilometers. So about 10 minutes, 15 minutes I was there.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, still on the topic of the accused, yesterday you were discussing with the defense his role during the war, and you discussed also about a certain document authorizing Mr. Shala to do certain activities in relation to Brigade 128. Now, transcript page 2977, lines 24 to 25, you were asked whether the accused was ever in a commanding role in that brigade, and you excluded that. You said no. However, at page 2978, lines 5 to 9, you stated, and I quote, "I personally did not hear of this brigade. I know that later on, something else was formed under the leadership of another person, not Peter Shala. In this respect, Peter Shala was connected to that other structure, but not as a commander, rather as a simple soldier." Do you remember saying that yesterday?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Ask you, who was this person under whose leadership something else was formed?
Rushdie Saramati.
Rushdie Saramati.
And what did you mean when you said that the accused was connected to that other structure under Rushdie Saramati?
Po me njësitin e tina.
Well, with his unit.
Perhaps I'm not understanding your answer, Mr. Witness. Do you mean that the accused was in Rushdie Saramati's unit? Is that what you meant?
Po.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will move on now to another set of questions concerning a number of individuals, a number of individuals. I'll start by asking you about Fatmir Limay. Do you know this person?
Puhuin
Yes, I do.
May 1999.
Fatmir Limay
Fatmir Limay. And I think it was mid-May 1999. Came over from Kosovo territory to Albania. And after a while, he came to the north and he was stationed in Krum.
dhe nga ty
And it was from there or until then that I didn't know him personally, but had heard about him, about his name also during the war. And he was a commander during the war too. And then in the general staff. After his arrival to Albania, the commander of the operation was Muslim Zurabi, and Zurabi afterwards went over to Tirana, and he was replaced as a commander by Fatmir Limay.
Thank you for that. So around this time, you said mid-May, when Limay came over to the north of Albania and was stationed in Krum, did you ever see him at the Kukës factory?
në Kukës ju.
To Kukës? No, to Kruma, so yes.
Ne kemi pas gati
And we had almost daily meetings with him since he took over the leadership, the commandership of the operation.
So you never saw him in Kukës, at the metal factory?
jo, unë
No. No, I have not seen him personally.
Do you know a person called Sabit Getsi?
Sabit Geci se jam
Sabit Getsi, by name, yes, I have heard of him. He was an early fighter from Drenica. He was wounded during the war.
Kosovë dhe jashtë Kosovë.
Severely. And during the war, I never had the opportunity to get to know him myself. But after the war, I did meet him, and it was in Pristina that I met him when I was there.
Did you ever meet or see Sabit Getsi at the Kukës factory?
Po ju thash se
As I said, the first time I met Sabit Getsi was after the war.
Do you know a person called Zemshit Krasniqi?
po,
Yes,
ato e kom pa disa herë
I met him several times I saw him, sorry, several times in Kukës.
His factory as well.
po,
Yes, several times.
What role did he have at the Kukës factory?
ai nuk ka qenë pjesë.
He wasn't part of the logistics group. I was in charge of logistics. And I know almost all of those who were members of the logistics group. But Jamshid Krasniqi, I met when I got there. He'd been there earlier too, in a group that was led by Gjeladin Gashi.
Saksisht funksion.
But the exact position he held, I never knew.
Thank you, Mr. Shala. Your Honors, I would request now to move briefly into private session to address a matter that we also discussed yesterday, and for the same reasons we went into private session yesterday.
Yes, Madam Court Officer, can we go into private session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Mr. Witness, yesterday you told us that you met at the cookies factory a person called Tim Kadriai. Do you remember that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
And you also mentioned that she was with a person called Nassim. Do you remember saying that?
Po.
Yes.
Perhaps explain to us who this Nassim was.
Nassim Aradin.
Nassim Haradinaj was a commander. At the time, he was a commander in the Koshare direction. And I think at the time, Tim Kadriai was there too. And they came because there was a journalist who had been injured by bombardments. So the three of them came over together.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And, Your Honor, we can move back into public session.
Madam Court Officer, could you please bring us back into public session?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Mr. Witness, I actually would like to go back briefly to the person we discussed, a few moments ago, and in particular Fatmir Limai. You said that he became the commander of Operation Arrow at some point in May '99. Is this correct?
Po.
Yes.
You mentioned that you never saw him at the cookies factory. Is that correct?
Personalisht jo.
I didn't see him personally, no.
Was present there? Maybe you heard from other people?
No.
Mr. Witness, I would like to actually raise with you like something that you mentioned during your SPO interview in relation to this individual. And perhaps, Your Honors, I can provide the reference for the record, but I'm happy to summarize. I don't need to read the entire passage. Your Honors, before maybe doing that, I can actually put another question to the witness.
But normally I have a preference to call up the evidence, because then all parties and victim counsel and also the panel can read it. Although there are some exceptions, like before you cited the end of a witness statement, that sufficed. But normally it's better to call it up. But please proceed.
I actually, I'm happy to proceed in that way, or I'm also happy to ask a question, and then depending how the witness answers, maybe I can call up the statement if that is okay to proceed. Thank you. So you said before that Fatmir Limai replaced Bislim Zirapi in the command of Operation Arrow, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Does that mean that by becoming the commander of Operation Arrow, Fatmir Limay also became responsible for the Kukes center, the Kukes factory, by virtue of his authority as the commander of Operation Arrow?
Командантия
The commander of the Shigeta operation, or Operation Arrow, was responsible for the actions and operations at the front line, but also other activities such as logistics, supplies, operations. So what I mean is the commander is the main person that commands the whole operational structure in that direction.
Do I understand your answer to mean that, given, as you said, that the commander of the operation was responsible not only for the actions at the operations at the front, but also other activities, logistics, supplies, and all of that, that when he became the commander of Operation Arrow, he also became the person responsible for the Kukes factory, as well as other facilities, bases in the north of Albania that were engaged in the preparations and then in the fight for this operation?
He was the main commander.
Mr. Witness, please answer the question. Yeah? This is not a real answer. There's a specific question, and I would like you to answer it.
Well,
Yes?
So, Mr. Witness, did Fatmir Limay's authority also extend to the Kukes factory when he became the commander of Arrow?
Yes.
So, Mr. Witness, this answer was possible, yeah? And we did not have to, I prefer that we don't have to insist on that.
I understand.
Mr. Witness, do you know a person called Nasser Kochina?
Oh, understand?
I had forgotten his name, but I think he was a witness a few days ago, and then I was reminded that he was a soldier in Kukës. I had forgotten about him, but I heard his name a few days ago. I heard that he was a witness here, and then I remembered the name, and I think he was there. He was there.
At the metal factory, at the Kukës factory?
I don't remember now. It's been a few years, a lot of years. But when I saw the photograph, I couldn't tell that it was him. People change.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Your Honors, I would ask again to move into private session for the next couple of questions, and I can explain more the reasons once we move in private.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, kindly bring us into private session. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Witness. I will give the floor back to Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Witness, do you know a person called Safete Adergionai?
Ennyi Siam.
I know the name, and I know her as a person. I only met her after the war. She was an MP in the parliament, an MP of the Democratic Party.
Do you know where she is from?
Osten
She's from the Deccan municipality.
Was she a member of the KLA during the war?
Una nuk e di.
I'm not aware. Personally, I'm not aware. I have no knowledge of that.
Was she a member of the Kosovo Liberation Corps after the war? Do you know that?
Duket
I think so, yes, in the beginning, but she didn't stay there long.
Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. And I really have, I think, 5 minutes left to go with these questions. So if I may have then ERN number 077978 to 077982. The Albanian is page 4. And it's the same ERN number ending in ET revised for the English, also at same page 4.
And you would like the witness to comment on it, of what
Yes,
purpose?
Your Honors, exactly. I would like the witness to comment on it and see if he recognized the document and if he can perhaps shed some light on it.
Thank you.
I believe it should be page 4 of this document. Yes, correct. Yeah. Mr. Witness, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we perhaps have a little bit of context as to the chain of custody or where this document comes from to understand a little bit of context, just to understand, to be able to follow?
Before we do that, can we do that in the presence of the witness or not?
Well, Your Honors, yes, I was going to ask the witness whether he could authenticate the content of the document and also perhaps the signature, the date, the symbol that we see on top. So I think that would help us with give also some context. But so I don't think the witness needs to be ushered out for this.
Okay. Defense counsel, would that suffice? Or if you want more background, I will have the witness ushered out. And that's not a problem. We are not in a time rush.
Yes, Your Honor. And it was more about the chain of custody, where this came from, rather than the authenticity of the document that we are worried about. We have metadata in the legal workflow.
Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness out? Let us see how where this will bring us. Defense counsel, what is the point you want to make?
Your Honor, I don't want to get ahead of things because
in the metadata.
Yes, and that might lead not to an objection, but probably something we want to place, a more context that we would want to place, not an objection per se. That's why we wanted to hear a little bit where this document comes from.
Yes, but this is not the moment to make observations. I don't see. I will give the floor to the prosecutor, but this is not the moment to make observations. You can make an objection, yeah, to a question asked or a document used, but to use the document is kind of late. But if you make a specific objection, we will of course deal with it. And that's it for now. Madam Prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor, just very briefly, we don't have the information at hand, but again, there was no objection to this document, which was introduced in our list of materials to be used for this witness. So we are happy to look into this matter, but we don't have the information now, and we didn't think there would be a discussion about the provenance of the chain of custody. And the purpose, again, for the defense to know is really to have the witness discuss the content of this document. So that would be our submission.
Yes. Yes, because if you have an objection to the admissibility, yeah, then of course we will litigate that. There's no doubt about that. But yes, so I give you the floor once again if you want to make an objection. But if you are going to object as to the admissibility, I would say that we will do in writing, of course.
Okay, Your Honors.
Yeah, but is there something you would like to add? Because I don't want to cut you on what you want to present to this panel.
Yes, that's why we started.
Thank you. Before I give you the floor, Defense Counsel, for me it's not clear yet why at the moment no, two questions. If I understand you well, this is in preparation, the submissions you would like to make is in preparation of a possible point you want to make with regard to the admissibility, if they want to introduce it into evidence. Yeah, I see you nodding. That's then my second question would be, why could this not be done in writing? Because you can. It's not that you have to. It's for me not clear yet why you should have to put it on record now, in order to be able to litigate it later on.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is again why we wanted to ask the question, because if there is elements for the chain of custody that cast doubt on the authenticity of the document, then we will make those submissions. If not, we are happy to make submissions as to admissibility, otherwise in writing. That's why the context that we asked for would help us whether we need to do an objection or some confirmation or a further context to put before.
Okay. But if I then understand you well, it's for 2 points. It's for the admissibility and for the use now in court. Or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ah, okay, but...
You said it.
Okay. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Jonas, just an update because we received some information very helpfully from our case manager, and if this can help perhaps to aid this discussion, this document was actually provided by a witness during an SPO interview with the witness, not a witness in this case. So this is actually the originator that we have for this document in legal workflow. So that's what we can say at the moment with regard to the origins and the chain of custody. We cannot say more at this stage.
Okay. Thank you. Defense counsel.
From and whether it's permissible to use as an authentic or not. Probably if some questions are asked about the content without the use of the document, it could be possible. But in any case, we wanted to place that this source we cannot verify and we are not able to cross-examine this person. This is what we wanted to place.
But again, this should have been done at another moment, but yes.
Your Honor, sorry, if I may just
yes,
close off this. This is so entirely premature, this discussion. My colleague just wanted to put some questions to the witness about the document, including its content. We haven't tendered the document yet. There is no harm in asking the witness about his knowledge of the information recorded therein. So this whole discussion is taking a long time, is entirely premature. If counsel then has an objection to the admission of the documents, wants to know more about its source, that can be done later. But I think that we've said enough at this point. The witness can be asked about its content, and then we can take it from there. There is no harm in asking questions to the witness about the content where the witness himself is mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Defense counsel?
Trying to do our job without disturbance. It's probably premature, but it's also probably too late as well. So we tried to place the moment where we can submit the concerns of the defense at a point that is appropriate. And we believe it could be useful to have it in the knowledge of your honors before any questions are asked, so you have it in your mind. Maybe it is too late, or maybe it is premature to put it before seeing the use that they make of it when we receive it in the presentation queue.
Yeah. But I don't understand in what aspect you say it's too late. The discussion about admissibility, I already explained to you, that is not for now. So for me, and that's the way you started out, that's not the moment, because it's not even tendered as we speak. And as with regard to asking questions, I don't see why we should not ask questions at this moment in time with regard to this document. So yeah, you've been given the possibility to make your point, and for me it's not clear yet if you or maybe you said it. You are now also objecting, because at first you were not objecting, but you are objecting to the use of this document. That's what you're saying?
Your Honor, we're making all reservation possible to the use of documents about...
So we just wait and... Mr. Shala, I see that you want to say something?
Your Honor, I'm sorry to intervene, but I do not understand whether this is allowed to be used as evidence, and we've never had this as evidence. How can this be allowed?
Mr. Shala, no, Mr. Shala. Mr. Shala. No, no.
When this type of lie is...
Shala, this is something you have to discuss with your defense, and your defense was already making the point. We're going to proceed. You have been able to make the observations you wanted to make, and we have 15 minutes left, and we will proceed with the questions. Madame Court Officer, could you usher the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Madam Prosecutor will proceed with some further questions.
Thank you, Your Honors. And
Thank you.
document be please pulled up again. I'm happy to provide the year and number again if that helps.
We have
Oh,
it.
apologies,
here.
apologies. Sorry, I had my. Mr. Witness,
Sorry, we are still in private session, and I don't know if we need to stay.
we can return to public session.
Thank you for your observation, Defense Counsel. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Mr. Witness, this document is an order of the Minister of Defense of the Provisional Government of Kosovo, Azim Sula, dated 1st of April 1999. Can you see that in the document? And perhaps if the document, especially in the Albanian version, can be scrolled down a little bit for him to see.
Yes, I can see it.
At point or item number 6, we read that Major Mark Shala was appointed as Chief of Logistics for Operation Arrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does this correspond to the appointment to the role that you had during Operation Arrow?
Yes.
Appointing authority as well as the date of the appointment consistent with the events you testified about?
Yes.
Your Honor, we can take down this document.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. You please pull it down.
Mr. Witness, I have one last question for you. You, in describing the Kukas factory, you told us that there was an entrance gate and that there was that this gate was guarded. My question is, was any specific unit or group responsible for guarding the gate of the Kukas factory at the time you were there?
It was a particular number of some members who were in uniform. and also they were armed, they had weapons. So they would carry weapons and they would keep guard. And they would also check those coming in and going out, not only people but also vehicles. Or any vehicles that would come in, either for loading or unloading, for instance, of various goods from the Kukas factory.
Thank you, witness. And so you said a number of members were in uniforms. So my question is, were they members of a specific unit or a specific group? These people were guarding the gate.
No, they were just called the guards of the facility.
Thank you, Mr. Witness, and thank you very much for your efforts today. This concludes our cross-examination. Thank you very much.
I look at the clock. Victims' Counsel, it's up to you. We will have a second round, of course, and the panel has questions. So I leave it to you if you want to use these 10 minutes and to make a start, or maybe even finalize, or that we adjourn now and then we go into tomorrow. Depends on the time you need.
Yes. Thank you, Honor. I'm happy to use the time now, and if I finish, all well and good. If not, I'll continue in the morning, if that's acceptable to you all. Thank you.
If there are 7 items that can be asked questions on at separate moments, then it's good. Sometimes you want to stick everything together. Very well.
Thank you very much.
You have the floor.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Mr. Witness. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Simon Laws, and I'm counsel for the victims in this case. I wanted to ask you just a couple of questions about the evidence that you gave yesterday about the treatment of people who had been injured and who were at the Kukas metal factory. Do you recall giving some evidence about that yesterday?
No, there wasn't any sort of treatment of people who were injured at the Kukas facilities.
An issue in translation. I'm not suggesting they were injured there, but you had people who were injured who required medical assistance. Perhaps they'd come from fighting and been brought to Kukas. Does that clarify what I mean?
Okay. But a reference to the transcript is always useful.
I'll give it straight away. It's page 2933. It's yesterday's transcript, and it's starting at line 25.
Thank you.
Does that clarify what I am asking you about, Mr. Witness, about the way in which people who had come to be injured were sent, as you told us, to, I think, 4 different places altogether? Does that bring back to mind the testimony you gave yesterday?
Yes.
And you told us that there were 2 field hospitals. And this is the same reference on it continues. And if they couldn't help, there was the city hospital in Kukas, and the most serious cases were taken to Tirana. Do you recall telling us that?
Correct.
The questions I wanted to ask you are this. How were the serious cases taken to Tirana?
The serious cases were sent to Tirana, so it depended on their injuries. But in terms of those cases, the medical teams would decide on them, those who had treated them. That is why some would perhaps need to get there as quickly as possible. And on some occasions, some individuals were actually sent by helicopter too. So there was also that sort of organization, so taking them from Kukës to Tirana by helicopter. But there were other cases when, for instance, they were not as seriously injured, they could also be transported by ambulance.
Yes, thank you very much. It was really the helicopter that I wanted to ask you about. It's something that you mentioned to the prosecution when you were interviewed by them. It's part 5 of the interviews at page 14 for those who want to follow. That on occasions a helicopter was deployed to take people from Kukës to Tirana for urgent medical help.
Oh,
Yes.
And how were communications coordinated between the KLA in Kukës and the hospitals, either the Kukës City Hospital or the hospital in Tirana?
Nëpërmes saj për
When it comes to Kukës City Hospital, it was done through liaison, but for Tirana, it was done by telephone. So back then, we had some satellite phones which we used, and they were also used by the health teams that were on the ground. So they had this direct link with the person who was in Tirana and in charge of these matters, and they dealt with this and they coordinated the work in relation to these cases.
And just a couple of questions now, if I may, about or using your expertise as the chief of logistics at Kukës. If I understand right, your warehouse or your warehouses were receiving material, military supplies of all kinds, is that right?
Exact.
Correct.
What I'm interested in is this. Can you tell us some of the countries that these supplies had originated from?
Po,
Well, they would have originated from various sources, because the KLA did not have a single source of supplies or a particular base for all of these materials, like regular armies would. But the sources would vary. There were materials that came because of donations, for instance, or those that arrived from other countries, from Albania. But a considerable quantity of various materials was also directly purchased from the market, from the open market in Albania.
Yes, so there was certainly material coming to you from Albania, but from other countries. Shall we start in Europe, first of all, from other European countries? Is that fair?
të po mërgota shqiptare.
The Albanian diaspora lives almost everywhere across Europe, in all European countries, and the majority did help out by collecting donations and then putting them in trucks and bringing them to Albania via Italy, by ship to Durrës port, and then from there on to the north. those that were assigned for the KLA, but there were also donations for the civilian population because of the huge flow of refugees. So, of course, they needed help too.
And is this right? You tell me yes or no, that sometimes people would bring their own equipment from whatever country they were volunteering from and arrive in Albania with whatever they had been able to buy in wherever they came from Italy, from Switzerland, from Austria, wherever it was.
In terms of the country, it depends which country they came from. There were countries that would allow that for the equipment, for instance, for military equipment, uniforms as well, or any other items. But there were the countries that would not allow for this, because of course they would have to go through checks in border crossing points. So it really depends on the country and which country they came from.
But did people sometimes bring their own equipment with them? Not necessarily firearms and ammunition, but, for example, military clothing or boots, for example.
Yes, yes.
I wanted to ask you about one type of item in particular, and that's bulletproof vests. Do you remember having bulletproof vests in your warehouses?
In the warehouse? No, we did not. But in general, anyway, there were very few bulletproof vests used by the KLA members.
Do you know what countries they had originated from, the bulletproof vests that were available in Kukës in, let's say, 1999?
I cannot remember at all. No, I can't remember which country they would have come from.
You help us. Would it have been one country alone or more than one country, do you suppose?
Perhaps more than one country, but there were very few anyway. There were very few of these types of vests in the KLA, and very few KLA members would wear them or use them. Perhaps some of them are very senior commanders, or perhaps a special unit of some sort, but simple soldiers, very few of them would use them because it was a difficult time and it was very difficult to supply them with bulletproof vests.
We might just have one moment.
Victims' Counsel, I think we are, you used your time.
Yes. Your Honour, those are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very well. Mr. Witness, it's 4 o'clock. We will continue tomorrow with the last part of your testimony. We will have a second round and the judges will have some questions for you. Yes. For now, I thank you for your efforts of today. I advise you to take some rest, and I recall you that you cannot share or discuss anything we have been talking about before this panel with anybody. So thank you, and I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out. See you tomorrow. Yes, what do you want to say?
The open sessions, Madam, Your Honor, are broadcast directly in various TV stations, correct? So I do not know what's in them other than the private sessions, because everything else the public knows about.
Still, you are not supposed to discuss your testimony
No,
you
no.
have given before this panel this evening with anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no, I will not. Goodbye.
Very well. We will proceed tomorrow at 9:30. Wish you good evening, and the hearing is adjourned.
All rise.